Judging our shows this morning, working the Romney Show is Steve Reed from Houstonia, Missouri. Steve is a full-time farmer. He grain farms and has livestock. He owns Oxfords, South Downs, and Black Lincolns. He and his wife, Mindy, have been in the sheep business a number of years together and separately and operate a very successful operation out in Missouri. And judging our Rambouillets is Chris Meyer of Aaronsville, Illinois. He is a full-time grain and livestock farmer. He owns and operates a cattle feedlot and runs about 130 ewes and 60 head of brood cows. He raises and shows Hampshires, Oxfords, and Cotswold sheep and also runs a few commercial ewes. He and his wife Megan have two girls, Kinsey and Addison. Let's welcome both Chris Meyer and Steve Reed to your shows this morning. And also helping us with ribbons in the Rambouillet ring today is Haley Davidson from El Dorado, Ohio. She's the 2016 Ohio Rambouillet Princess. She attends National Trail Middle School, and she's been showing market lambs since she was 5 years old at the county, state, and national levels, and now she shows Rambouillets. Haley enjoys softball, volleyball, basketball, soccer, gymnastics, and cheerleading. She's also been sidelined just recently due to a broken arm, but she's healing well and ready for next year. Let's welcome her to your Rambouillet Show and thank her for her assistance.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to do the Romney Show. We only have two entries in this class, both of them really nice rams. I think the one we're going to start with, certainly for me, the most complete buck. You really like him when you get your hands on him. He's nice down his top. He's got some length from the last rib back. Really like the way he walks off his 4 feet as he moves about the ring. Very uniform, very consistent fleece front to rear. I really appreciate that about him. A lot of nice pieces here in this second place buck. Really like the way he's put together up through the front end. Really like the bone work underneath him. Really changes a bit through his fleece front to rear. Certainly not the consistency that we have in our first place buck, but two really nice bucks. Congratulations.
Well, good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be here at your Rambouillet Show here at North American International Livestock Exposition. Today we're going to start with a yearling ram that comes to this top rather easy. He's a big, massive, big boned. Really like him, how he comes out of his front end. Really good top buck, has an adequate fleece, but really nice start to start your Rambouillet Show here. Bucks in 2 and 3 are a little closer in my mind. We're going to go with a buck that's a little more sound on the travel, stands up on good set feet and legs. Really like how he comes out of his front end and has an adequate fleece for me today. The buck in third, big old rugged buck here. Maybe like to put a little more set to his back wheels, his hocks there. Maybe like to clean him up through the front end, but all in all, a really good class of Rambouillets to start your show today. Congratulations.
Now need senior ram lambs for the Rambouillets in and fall ram lambs for the Romney White Division in, please. Placing on the White Division Romney yearling ram class, first place to Little Hooves, 4131 Little Hooves, Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 2, Thistledown 416, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Placing on the Rambouillet yearling ram class, first place to entry number 2, Bauk 3-90, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry 3, Regier 0470, Regier Sheep Farm, Marion, South Dakota. And third to entry 1, O'Banyan Farms, Waynesville, Ohio.
Only 2 entries here in the winter buck lamb class. They're both very nice individuals in their own right. The buck we're going to start with, I think just a bit more to him. You get your hands on him, certainly has more thickness down that top. Really like the way he comes out of that hip. Tremendous fleece on this buck, very uniform front to rear. A lot of character in this fleece, really like that about him. The buck in second, just a bit more refined in his makeup, certainly not the bone work we have in our first place buck. But a buck you certainly appreciate for the overall length, that length from the last rib back. 2 nice bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ram lambs for the White Romney Show, first to entry 3, Little Hooves 502, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second place to entry 4, E.C. Plank 1503, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Really nice class of junior buck lambs here. I think we've certainly got a nice one to start the class with. Just puts a lot of things together for me. Really like the way he's built up through the front end. I like the way he ties together at that next shoulder junction. Really like the bone work under this buck. A tremendous fleece on him. Once again, very uniform front to rear. You certainly appreciate that about him. A long-bodied buck here in second. I appreciate the length this buck has. I think when you get your hands on, maybe not quite as nice down his top as what we have in our first place buck. Another buck, you really like the bone work underneath him. A younger appearing lamb here in third place. I really like the overall length this buck has. Maybe not quite the bone work underneath him. Certainly not the width and dimension we have than two ahead of him. Congratulations.
We're going to start off this class with another really high-profiling buck. I really like him when I analyze him, and he's really long-bodied, really up-fronted. I like how he stands down on a good set of feet and legs and really comes really true over that tail head there. The buck in second kind of follows the buck in first, but not as good when you, the aspect of not as level-hipped, not as clean through that front end, but he follows the first place buck the best. Buck in second, buck in third here, if I could maybe pull him up a little bit through that front end, maybe level him out behind the shoulders a little more, I think he fits into second rather easy. But today, the way he looks right now, I think he fits in that third hole rather easy. Buck in fourth, the problem buck of the class here. If maybe I could pick him up on his back pasterns, maybe give him a little more set to his back wheels, I could maybe carry him a place to 2 places higher. Then we're going to round out the class here with a really good fleece ram, really well put together, but just lacks the overall power to the bucks ahead. But all a really nice class of fall Rambouillet bucks.
Now ready on the Romney ring to show champion and reserve champion white ram. We'll need the first and seconds from the 3 previous classes in the ring. And for the Rambouillet, we're ready for junior ram lambs, Rambouillet junior ram lambs. Placing on the Romney white spring ram lamb class, first place goes to entry 5, Thistledown 516, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 6, Thistledown 517, also Ethan Kennedy. And third to entry 7, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the flock class, on the pair ram lamb class, first place goes to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. For the Rambouillet, our senior ram lamb class that just finished, first place went to entry 6, Bauk 4-95, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry number 8, Bauk 4-94, Isaiah Bauk. Third to entry number 7, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 4 to entry 4, Davidson Rambouillets, Lewisburg, Ohio. And 5 to entry 5, Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana.
Well, we certainly didn't have a large number of bucks shown here in the White Romneys, but I think we've had some awfully nice ones. To me, there's just 2 bucks that kind of came to the top for me today, and we're not going to spend a lot of time. We're going to use your yearling ram. He's going to be your champion ram. And we're going to come down and use your junior buck lamb. He's going to be reserved.
For the White Romney Show, our champion ram goes to entry number 1, first place yearling ram, Little Hooves, 4131, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The reserve champion ram went to our first place spring ram lamb, entry number 5, Thistledown 516, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready to move into our White Romney ewe show. And we need yearling ewes to the ring, please.
I think we got a buck lamb in this class that comes to the front rather easy. I think he is the most complete sheep in this class. He has the squares down the top, comes out over the hip and tail set the best in the class. Instead, stands on a adequate set in feet and legs. The closest placings in second and third here. I think we're going to go with the buck that's a little more extended, a little longer bodied, especially longer from the 13th rib back here. But, I mean, granted, on both these bucks, I'd like to, when they're on the move, a little long front or long footed on the front wheels, but a really nice buck to put in second here. Buck in third just gives up the overall size and dimension as the buck in second, but maybe like to stretch him out, and I think he can get around that buck in first there. Buck in fourth, really nice complete ram. Maybe like to sound him up a little bit in his mouth today to get him any higher, but stands on a really good set in feet and legs. Then we're going to round out the class with a little smaller buck, but granted, he's not there because he's a smaller one. Maybe like to, you know, just straighten him out in the top a little bit to get him up any higher today, but a really nice class of ram lambs.
For the Rambouillets, now ready for pair ram lambs. Pair ram lambs. Placing on the junior ram lamb class, first place goes to entry number 13, Bauk 5-19, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. 2 to 14, Jay Brubaker, number 55, Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. Third to entry 9, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. 4 to entry 10, Luciana Reese of Jerseyville, Illinois. And 5 to entry 12, In-Body Brothers of Bluffton, Ohio.
Really a nice class of yearling ewes here in the Romneys. The ewe I'm going to start with, really a lot of nice things about her. I like the length of top. You get your hands on her extremely long from that last rib back. I like the length out through that hip also. Adequate fleece on this ewe. It's not the best I've ever seen, but it's certainly adequate for the Romney breed, and I really like the head on this ewe. The ewe in second, maybe a larger appearing ewe, but a ewe carrying considerably more fleece than what we have in our first place ewe. A ewe I don't believe is quite as true down her top, certainly not the length from that last rib back, but a ewe I really appreciate the bone work underneath this ewe. Really like the head on this ewe also. Another big massive ewe here in third place. You appreciate the thickness. The thickness on this ewe, but a ewe that really shortens up flank to flank for me. You get your hands on her, certainly shortens up from that last rib back. Another attractive ewe here in fourth place. I think a bit plainer about the fleece. Once again, just gives up some overall length compared to the two ewes at the top of the class. Really nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for the Romney's pair yearling ewes, please. Results on the Rambouillet pair of ram lamb class. First place goes to Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. Now showing for champion and reserve champion Rambouillet Ram. Following the placings on the White Romney pair yearling ewes, we'll be ready for fall ewe lambs. Placing on the Romney White yearling ewe class, first place went to entry 10, Little Hooves 483, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to entry 11, Thistledown 405, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to entry 8, Ethan Kennedy. And 9 was fourth place, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Placing on the class for the pair of yearling ewes, first to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Again, now ready for fall ewe lambs. We have just one entry in that class, so please be ready with the winter ewe lambs.
I think Rambouillet Ram Show here has been a really good show. Numbers haven't been high, but the quality has been really, really good. Without rather ado, I think I'm just going to go out and select your champion in reserve. I mean, I think it comes pretty easy here when I get in my lineup here. I mean, I'm satisfied with all the bucks here, but I'll go out and select them.
For our Rambouillet Show, Champion Ram goes to entry number 2. Our first place yearling ram, Bauk 3-90, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Reserve champion goes to the senior ram lamb class winner, Bauk 4-95, entry number 6, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Now ready for Rambouillet yearling ewes.
Only one entry here in the fall ewe lamb class. She's a really nice individual. Really like the bone work underneath her. Really like the way she's got her feet on all four corners. Tremendous fleece on this ewe. A really uniform front to rear. Really like that about her. Nice shoe. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney White Fall ewe lamb class, first place to 13, AV 503, Ace Vandernack of Myers Flat, California. Now ready for Romney White Division Winter ewe lambs. And we're ready for Rambouillet yearling ewes.
Really a nice class of ewe lambs here. We've got some awfully nice quality lambs from end to end in this class. I had a pair of them that moved to the top of this class pretty handily for me. Maybe a different types, a little thicker made ewe here in first place. You really appreciate the width and dimension. Really like the bone work underneath this ewe. Really appreciate the fleece on this ewe. Very consistent front to rear, very bold. Got a lot of luster there. You do like that about her. The ewe lamb in second. Maybe it's just a bit more extended up through the front end. I really appreciate that about her. Just a notch more length there. I really like that about her. But certainly not the width and dimension, certainly not the bone work that we have in our first place ewe. A bit of give and take here, but an awfully nice pair of ewes to start the class with. The ewe in third resembles my second place ewe lamb quite a bit. Another ewe very nice up through her front end. I got some length atop to her. Maybe not quite the consistency in this fleece as we have in the two ahead of her. Another really nice package here in fourth. Gives up a bit of size to the two big ewes we start the class with, but another tremendously long top ewe. I really like the length that she has. Appreciate the fleece on this ewe. And the ewe in fifth, a thick made ewe. I really like that about her. Really shortens up for me flank to flank when you compare her to the lambs ahead of her. Certainly shortens up from that last rib back. And just a little smaller package to round the class out with, but certainly a nice ewe in her own right. Congratulations.
Now ready for White Romney Spring ewe lambs. Spring ewe lambs placing on the winter class of ewe lambs. First place to entry 15, Thistledown 507, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to 18, Little Hooves 546, Little Hooves Romneys, Morrisontown, New Jersey. Third to 14, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 4 to 19, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. 5 to 16, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. And 6th place to 17, Callie Burgess, Ada, Ohio.
nice class of Rambouillet yearling ewes here. We're going to start off with the class with a yearling ewe that really, she flows to the top really easy in my mind here. She's a really bold type of ewe, really stands good down on a good set in feet and legs, really one of the straighter topped ewes in the class, and really just a nice ewe to start with. The problem ewe for me in this class is the ewe in second. Granted, she's got more fleece on her than the ewes in third and fourth here, you know, but I think there's just more sheep here today, and she's a little longer from the 13th rib back. You know, if I could, the ewe in third, if I could stretch her out a little bit, I think she moves in that second hole pretty easy. But I really admire the structure this ewe has. Maybe give her a little more set off those back wheels when she's on the move, but really nice to ewe to be in second hole here. A really flashy ewe in third. I mean, you got to really admire this ewe when you put your hands on her. She's really true down that top. Really comes out pretty square over that hip. You know, just a nice ewe, you know, to be in third here. I think if there was just a little more to her, you know, and stretch her out, she easily fits in that second hole today. Ewe in fourth here. A little longer bodied ewe in third, but where the ewe in third beats her is over the hip set. You know, and I'd like to just clean her up a little bit. I mean, she looks like she wets herself just a little bit, but if you just stretch her out, she moves up pretty easy. Or not stretch her out. If you just clean her up over that hip, she moves up rather easy. Ewe in fifth here, a big body type of ewe. I was kind of disappointed when I put my hands on her. I mean, she don't handle as good as what she looks here, but a really nice place to put, you know, a really sound, correct type of sheep. Just, I think if I just make the touch a little, you know, better when I handle her, she moves up rather easy.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes for the Rambouillets. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the Rambouillets, first place to entry 20, Bauk 3-83, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to 16, Bauk 3-87, also Isaiah Bauk. Third place to entry 25, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming, 4-26, Regier Sheep and Family, Marion, South Dakota. 5-23, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 6 to entry 27, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 7 to entry 18, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 8-17, Jeff Brubaker and Family, Silver Lake, Indiana. And 9th place to entry 19, Jeff Brubaker and Family.
Really a nice class of junior ewe lambs here. We've got a pair up here on the end that just kind of sorted themselves off pretty handily for me. A bit of differences in them. The ewe we're going to start with, tremendously long-bodied. You get your hands on them easily, the longest handling ewe in the class from the last rib back. Really a bold fleece on this ewe, very consistent front to rear. I really appreciate that about her. The ewe in second, really a pretty one to stand back and look at. I like the way she's put together up through that front end. A ewe certainly shortens up just a bit flank to flank compared to what we have in our first place ewe. But a ewe, once again, has a very consistent fleece front to rear. Really appreciate the bone work underneath this ewe. A ewe in third, very similar to the one in second, but once again, just starts to shorten up for me from that last rib back, certainly flank to flank compared to these two we have ahead of her. A really attractive ewe lamb here in fourth place. You really like to see her on a profile. She's put together very nicely. Gives up a bit of size to these three bigger ewe lambs, but certainly a nice package there in fourth. Just needs time to move around these bigger lambs ahead of her. And the ewe in fifth, I think just a bit rounded in her makeup, a bit bolder up through that front end. Certainly shortens up for me compared to the ewes ahead of her. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney Spring Ewe Lamb class, first to 23, Little Hooves 5107, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to 22, Thistledown 512, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to entry 21, Ethan Kennedy. Fourth to 25, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio. 5 to 27, Catherine Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. 6 to entry 26, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And 7 to 24, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the White Romneys, first place goes to Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey. Third place, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And 4 to Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio.
I think we got a class here that sorts itself rather easy here. We're going to start off with the most well-balanced ewe in the class here. I really like her how she comes up in through her front end. Where she excels the sheep in second, she's a little longer from the fore-rib back, but really nice to start a class here. The ewe in second here really follows her in type and kind. You know, I really appreciate, you know, the design of this female, the rib shape in her and stuff, and I think she fits in that second hole really nicely. The ewe in third, we get a little stouter, thicker made ewe. I really appreciate the bone work we have on this ewe. If I would change her a little bit, I might just clean her up through that front shoulder, make her come out of her neck and shoulder structure just a little bit better. But really nice ewe in third here. Ewe in fourth, ewe probably one of the older ewes in the class. She just gets a little wrung out for me today, but a really complete type of sheep. Maybe just like to, you know, maybe give her a little more mass, you know, and underneath, you know, to fit her body, but a really thick made sheep. But a really nice class of fall ewe lambs today. Congratulations.
For the Rambouillets, we're now ready to show early junior ewe lambs. Early junior ewe lambs, those animals born January 1 through and including February 15. January 1 through and including February 15. For the Romneys, we're ready to do best fleeced animal in the white division. Best fleeced animal, and then we'll do the flock class. Best fleeced. Champion ewe for the white Romneys goes to entry number 10, the first place yearling ewe. Little Hooves, 483, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The reserve champion goes to entry number 15, first in the winter ewe lamb class, Thistledown 507, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Best fleeced animal in the White Romney Show goes to entry number 23. Out of the Spring Ewe Lamb class, Little Hooves 5107. Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Now ready for the flock class. Placing on the flock class for the White Romney, first place and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the White Romney Show is Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place in the flock is Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Now ready to move into our natural colored Romney. We need yearling rams.
I think we got 3 individuals here that come to the top here. I wouldn't argue with a person if he wanted to switch them whatever way, you know. It's whatever your preference is today. I'm going to start with the U. Maybe when you put your hands on her, she's the longest handling you out of the 3. You know, one thing I think I'd like to change on her, you know, when she's on the move, she's a little long-footed off those front wheels. You know, if you make her stand up true and straight on those front wheels, she runs away with the class easily. But today, I think she's the smoothest designed U out of the front end. She comes out of her neck and shoulder structure the best out of the 3 we have here. The U in second, the thicker made U, you know, she doesn't have quite as much wool as the 2 U's ahead of, or the U ahead of her and the U behind her, but I think she's sets down on a good feet and legs. She drops her flank where it needs to be. You know, she fits in this hole, I think, you know, nice for me today out of these 3. You know, the U in third, you know, U I thought I might start the class with, but the U that you put them on the move, she's not that easy tracking you. You know, I like to give her a little more, you know, free up those hind legs just a little bit. Maybe just stretch her out just a little bit, and then she runs to the top pretty easy. The U in fourth, probably one of the nicer fleeced U's in the class, probably one of the younger U's in the class. You know, but I think her days are ahead of her. Then we round out the U in fifth here, clean up a little color off her legs, and you move her up 1 or 2 spots too. But a really nice class of spring ewe lambs.
Placing on our Rambouillet Senior Ewe Lamb class, entry number 32 was first, Bach 4-62, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second to entry 31, Bauk 4-60, Isaiah Bauk. Third place to entry 30, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. 4-34, Luciano Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 5-28, In-Body Brothers, Bluffton, Ohio, and 6 to entry 29, Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. Placing on the early junior ewe lambs for the Rambouillets, first place to 37, Bauk 5-32, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to 35, Marshall 502, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Third place to 38, Isaiah Bauk. Fourth to entry 41, Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. 5 to 36, In-Body Brothers, Bluffton, Ohio. And 6 to 39, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois.
Only one entry here in their natural colored Romney fall buck class. Really a nice buck. Certainly like the length of top he has. You get your hands on him, extremely long from the last rib back. Really stands square on all 4 corners. A really uniform fleece on this buck, front to rear. One individual, but a very nice one at that. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Romney Fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 28, Vandenack 502, Ace Vandenack, Myers Flat, California.
Nice class of winter buck lambs here. Certainly a large frame buck to start with. You do appreciate the overall size and scale. He's tremendously long-bodied. Sheep, you get your hands on him, extremely long from the last rib back. Acceptable fleece on this buck here we have in first. The buck in second, certainly not as much of him today, but I really think it's a well-designed lamb. He's very clean up through the front end. He really true down his top. Really nice fleece on this buck. You appreciate the bone work on him. Really attractive buck down here in third, especially on the side profile. I really appreciate the fleece on this buck, certainly the best fleece in this class. A buck to me just gives up a bit of overall size. A buck maybe like to see him walk out just a bit differently off his back wheels when he's in motion, but certainly a lot of nice things about him also. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Romney winter ram lambs. First to entry 31, Little Hooves 561, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to 29, Thistle Down 504, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third place to entry 30, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut.
Once again, only one entry here in our junior ram class, but certainly a nice buck in his own right. I think a well-designed sheep certainly has some length of top to him. Really like the bone underneath this buck. I like the way he's built up through that front end. Certainly like the way he comes out of that hip. Really a nice buck. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of spring ram lambs for the natural colored Romneys. First to entry 32, Circle B 0109, Circle B Family Farm, Ada, Ohio. Now ready to show champion and reserve champion ram. Champion and reserve champion ram in the natural colored Romneys.
Once again, wasn't a large number of bucks shown, certainly like the ones that are out here. To me, it's pretty, I think I've got two pretty handy winnies here. We're going to use your two winter buck lambs. They're going to be champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Champion ram for the natural colored Romney goes to entry 31. First in the winter ram lamb class, Little Hooves 561, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Reserve was second in that class. Entry 29, Thistledown 504, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York.
Here in your late springy lamb class, we got one that floats to the top rather easy. I really like her from the ground up. She sets her feet down all square corners. I really like her up through her front end. She's really one of the better top sheep in the class. I switched the second and third here a little bit ago. The second place ewe, she's a real long-bodied ewe. Granted, I'd like to, lift her tail set up maybe, but she's really long from that 13th rib back. She stands on a good set and feet legs, gets out and move, and has a really nice fleece. Ewe in third, a little more compact ewe, a really balanced ewe, but she shortens up for me. I mean, if I took the black spot off her, she'd move up another place for me today, but a really nice headed ewe, just she fits in that third hole for me today. Another ewe in fourth, a really nice made ewe. If I could stretch her out from the last rib back, she might move up. Maybe strengthen her up just a tick behind the shoulders, make her come out of her neck a little better, but a really nice class of late spring ewe lambs.
For the Romneys, we're now ready to bring into the ring yearling ewes, natural colored Romney yearling ewes. For the Rambouillets, we're ready for pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please. Placing on the Rambouillet class of late junior ewe lambs, first to entry 44, Bauk 5-47, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 42, Regier 0546, Regier Sheep and Family, Marion, South Dakota. Third to entry 48, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. 4 to 49, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 5 to entry 47, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. 6 to 46, Luciana Reese. And 7 to 43, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Rambouillets, first place goes to Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place, Barrett Marshall, Arlington, South Dakota. Third, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 4, Luciana Reese, Jerseyville, Illinois. And 5 to Embody Brothers, Bluffton, Ohio. 6th place to Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. Now showing for champion and reserve champion ewe.
It's been a pleasure doing your Rambouillet Show today, and I think we got a really an outstanding set of females here from front to rear, you know. I want to thank the Rambouillet exhibitors for having me, but comes down to, you know, a preference, you know, but I think there's several ewes out here in the running, you know, but I'll go out and congratulate your champion in reserve.
Champion Rambouillet ewe goes to entry number 20, the first place yearling ewe, Bauk 3-83, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve champion goes to the senior ewe lamb class winner, Bauk 4-62, also Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Now ready for the flock class.
Really a nice class of yearling ewes here. We've got really nice ewes from end to end in this class. I think we've got a pair that came up here on the top pretty handily for me. Super attractive ewe to start the class with. I really like the way she's put together up through that front end. She's very extended. I love the way she ties together at that neck-shoulder junction. You get your hands on her. She's really nice down her top. A lot of length from that last rib back. Really like the bone work underneath this shoe, and you get in her fleece. It's very nice front to rear, very uniform. lot of character to this fleece. I really like that about her. The ewe in second just pushed her to the limits in this class. Maybe not quite as much to her today. Certainly doesn't have the width and dimension that we have in our first place ewe. But once again, you get into that fleece, just tremendous front to rear, very uniform. Really like that about her. The ewe in third place. We're starting to shorten up for me, certainly flank to flank, certainly from that last rib back. But the ewe in third, I thought this had a bit nicer fleece for me compared to the ewe we have in fourth place. I thought that once again was a close placing. A big rugged ewe here in fifth place. You certainly appreciate the growth, the size and scale, but a ewe I just really need a change in that fleece area for me to use her any higher in the class. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Romney yearling ewe class, first place to entry 35, Thistle Down 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to 33, Little Hooves 420, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Third to 34, Little Hooves Romneys. 4 to entry 38, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. 5 to 36, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. And 6 to Nathan Trojanowski. Now ready for our single entry in the natural colored Romney Fall ewe lamb class. Single entry there, so have those winter ewe lambs ringside and ready. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the natural colored Romneys. First to Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey. Second, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. And third to Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. Placing on the Rambouillet flock class, first in the flock, and the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Rambouillets, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second in flock went to Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. And third in flock to Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. That does conclude our show for the Rambouillets. Our judge has been Mr. Chris Meyer of Illinois.
Only one entry here in the Romney Fall ewe lamb class. Certainly a well-designed lamb. Really like the way she's put together up through her front ends. Very extended. Certainly has some length at top, some length from the last rib back. Really nice fleece front to rear. Congratulations.
Placing on the Romney Fall ewe lamb class, entry number 39 was first Little Hooves 4179, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Now ready for winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs to the ring, please.
Really nice class of winter ewe lambs. I think we've got an awfully nice one to start with. She just puts lots of things together for me, really clean and extended through the front end. She's got that added dimension and that just extra bit of length for me. I certainly appreciate that about her. Lots of bone under this ewe. Very nice fleece front to rear. The ewe in second, certainly attractive ewe in her own right. Certainly like to see her on the profile. The ewe just shortens up a bit for me, flank to flank, certainly from that last rib back, compared to what we have in our first place ewe, but still a really nice ewe in her own right. And then a really nice ewe here in third that this little girl's doing a wonderful job showing. Just gives up a bit of size and scale to these two bigger ewes we have ahead of her. Certainly a well-designed lamb. Congratulations.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the natural colored Romneys, first to entry 41, All-Star 503, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Second to entry 40, Thistledown 501, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. And third to entry 42, Callie Burgess, Ada, Ohio. Now ready for spring ewe lambs.
Nice class of junior ewe lambs here. We've certainly got a large frame ewe to start the class with. Really like the length of top this lamb has. Easily the longest bodied, cheap in the class. You get your hands on her and she certainly doesn't disappoint you. Really a uniform fleece front to rear. You really appreciate that about her. To me, my closer placing was here in second and third. They're very similar in type and kind. The ewe in second just really nice up through her front end. You get into that fleece, it's just tremendously uniform front to rear. You really appreciate that about her. Lots of bone work underneath this ewe. The ewe in third, very similar. Another ewe with a really nice fleece on her front to rear. I think maybe not quite the length from that last rib back compared to what we have in our second place ewe, but really nice ewe in her own right. A little smaller package here in fourth, but what a fleece on this ewe. Really tremendously uniform front to rear. A lot of luster in this fleece. I really like that. And then another larger ewe here in fifth place. A ewe maybe not quite as nice out through the hip, maybe not quite as bold in that fleece as what we have ahead of her. Really a nice class. Congratulations.
Now ready for pair ewe lambs. Placing on the spring ewe lamb class for the natural colored Romneys. First placed entry 46. Hope Hollow CTX 00161513, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. Second place to 49, Thistledown 521, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third to 44, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. 4 to entry 43, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. And 5 to entry 45, Nathan Trojanowski, East Hampton, Connecticut. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion natural colored Romney ewe.
Really pleased with the group of ewes we have out here for your champion ewe. To me, there's just a couple that came to the top pretty easily for me. We're going to use this big old yearling ewe here. She's going to be your champion ewe. And I'm going to come back and use the fall ewe lamb. What a beautiful fleece on this ewe. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Champion ewe for the natural colored Romneys goes to entry number 35, first place yearling ewe, Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The reserve champion goes to the first place in that fall ewe lamb class, entry number 39, Little Hooves 4179, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. Now showing for the best fleece animal for the natural colored Romneys. And then we'll show flock. Best fleeced animal in the natural colored Romney Show goes to entry number 39 from the fall ewe lamb class, Little Hooves 4179, Little Hooves Romneys of Morristown, New Jersey. Placing on our flock class, first place goes to Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey, and they're also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award. Second place goes to Ethan Kennedy of Canandaigua, New York. And third place goes to Nathaniel Trojanowski of East Hampton, Connecticut. That does conclude our Romney shows. Our judge has been Mr. Steve Reed of Missouri. Judging our supreme show this morning is Dr. Gerald G.F. Kennedy from Minnesota, Kristen Marshall of South Dakota, and Billy Wade of Indiana. The lineup of our Rams, the Border Cheviot Ram at the far end, is a senior Ram Lamb, Martin 76109-290, Bud Martin and family of Willard, Ohio. The Border Leicester White is a yearling Ram, 14079-1270, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. The Border Leicester Natural Colored is a yearling Ram, T. Deacon 1956, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. The Columbia is a yearling Ram, Bauk 4-24, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Cordale is an intermediate Ram Lamb, Wolf 047, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The Cotswold White is a yearling Ram, Eid 295, Robert Eid, Addeville, Illinois. The Cotswold Natural Colored is a junior Ram Lamb, Monroe HV 21, Alexandra Rogers, Lafayette, New Jersey. The Dorper White Dorper Champion is a Dorper. It's a yearling Ram, Lone Star 1415, Remus, Seth Gillespie, Weston, Massachusetts. The Horn Dorset is a winter Ram Lamb, Shots 1442, Christina Shots, DeGraff, Ohio. The Pole Dorset is a yearling Ram, McDaniel 1422, Captain Stubby, McDaniel Ranch, and Paul and Nancy Wissinger, Turtle Mead, Greenfield, Indiana. The Hampshire is a fitted yearling Ram, Held 141547, Jeff Held, Aurora, South Dakota. The Katahdin is a March Ram Lamb, Schultz 3743, Prairie Lane Farm, Centralia, Missouri. The Lincoln White is a yearling Ram, RLA 1451, Lloyd Bergener, Richland Center, Wisconsin. The Natural Colored Lincoln is an intermediate Ram Lamb, Reed 1505, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. The Monadale is January Ram Lamb, Jacobson 1512, Jacobson Ranch, La Grande, California. The Natural Colored is a medium long course yearling Ram. It's Pines Inn 1359, Happy, 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 shown by Pines Inn Natural Coloreds, Irwin, South Dakota. The Oxford is a late junior Ram Lamb, 00 acres, 15033, Sure Deal, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. The Rambouillet is a yearling Ram, Bauk 390, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The Romney White is a yearling Ram, Little Hooves 4131, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The Romney Natural Colored is a winter Ram Lamb, Little Hooves 561, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The Shetland is a early spring Ram Lamb, Midsummer Jinx, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. The Shropshire, a senior Ram Lamb, Clark 14128, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The Southdown is a yearling Ram, Bowman 1447, Bow, Carson Connettle, Greenfield, Illinois. The Suffolk is a fitted yearling Ram, Ruby Mountain 1405, Buckaroo Bonsai, Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, LLC, Spring Creek, Nevada. And the Tunis is a February Ram Lamb, Speldy 2869, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Let's give all of our exhibitors of breed champion rams a nice round of applause. The winner of this will get the Traveling Harold Barber Memorial Award presented by Sheep Breeder and Sheepman Magazine. It's named after Harold Barber, who lived from 1893 to 1960. Mr. Barber was an English sheepman who came to the United States and worked for a number of prominent flocks and then became shepherd at the University of Kentucky in 1922. And he served that institution until his death in 1960. During his tenure at the University of Kentucky, he won more weather championships at the International Livestock Exposition than any other man. From 22 through 56 at Chicago, Mr. Barber won 117 firsts, 83 seconds, 49 championships, 30 reserve championships, 15 grand championships, and 9 reserve grand championships. Since 1997, we've redone the plaque recently in '09, but from 1997 to present day, our past winners have included in '97 a Poll Dorset, Positive Attitude, Mark and Debbie Bell. In '98, it was a Suffolk from Jordan Bruce called Starburst. In '99, a Cordale won it from Dale and Donna Waddington, DW615. In 2000, a Rambouillet was the winner from Doris Powell of Rome, Pennsylvania, Powell 9955. The Supreme Champion Ram in 2001 was a Southdown, Victor Hopkins 0046, Big East Southdowns. In 2002, a Poll Dorset again was the winner. Macomb 97, Nick Well from Twin Oaks Dorsets. In 2003, David Cook and family of Ohio had a Columbia win it, DAC 903. In 2004, the winner was a Romney White Division, Julian and Moore 350. Julian and Moore Sheep Company out of Ohio. In '05, it was a Hampshire, Mad River Valley Hampshire's 68, Hummer from Abby Nelsh. In '06, it was a Poll Dorset from Riverwood, High Definition, Riverwood Farms 3935. Twin Oaks Dorsets and Highfield Dorsets were the owners. In '07, it was a natural colored, the medium division ram, Gehring 715, Gehring Farm of Columbia, Missouri. In '08, it was a Southdown from Northern Star Livestock Service 7399 New Generation. In '09, it was a natural colored medium division winner, Gehring 0922. In 2010, a Cotswold from Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. In '11, it was a Monodale, and it was from Smith Sheep Farm, Stewartson, Illinois, 40 Creek Supreme. In 2012, it was a Border Cheviot, a yearling ram, Spildy, 1275 Epic, Cade Spildy. In 13, it was a Hampshire, a January Ram Lamb, Homeboy, J&E Hamps 2-22, Jerry Daniels. And last year's winner was Chip, a Southdown from Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky.
Good morning. Always kind of look forward to this part of Louisville. Some of it is, we finally get out of here and get to go home, breathe some clean air for a while, take the Louisville crud home with us. But this is the important part, I think, here is, we look at the Rams that we have out here in the ring, and there's nowhere else in the world you're going to find, a show where you put together this many good animals in one arena. We've got the 4 sheep, 4 rams out here that we've liked. I think from breed type standpoint, from structure, and just general overall quality and balance. That's what we get these 4 animals out here. And then when we put them on the move, then that sorts us again. If we talk about, our first sheep here, that is just a tremendous amount of power in that sheep. A sheep that when you watch him track, he comes out very wide. A sheep that's just a tremendous amount of body to him, and he's good on his fleece is good also when you handle him really super correct down when you look down the side of that sheep. Their next are natural colored sheep here, natural colored Lincoln. Great fleece on this sheep. Love to watch this sheep move. Man, he just strides out. He walks about as good as you can make a sheep move. Here again, really bright fleece. It's super healthy. It's really classy to look at. Our big natural colored buck that we have here next is sheep with tremendous amount of power. If we just look at body, if we look at foot size, a sheep that for all the big sheep throughout here, he's easily the straightest top that we had including all the rams that we have out here. Really dead level down this top. Just a sheep you certainly admire for just the general power. Our Oxford ram, you look at him from a breed type standpoint. That's pretty important to me when we look at all these breeds. We try to keep them looking as true as we can. I think he excels in that arena there. His color is really close to what I think the Oxford should look like. I love the wool covering he has on his head, especially on his ears. Big-footed, super pretty. I mean, he's one of the more balanced sheep when we stand back and look at him on a profile. And so we take all those into consideration. We walk him again, and we discuss it a little bit, and we've come to the conclusion that your Oxford would be your supreme champion. Congratulations. Made somebody happy.
Yeah.
Supreme Champion Ram at this year's North American goes to entry 19 from the Oxford Show, a late junior Ram Lamb, 00 acres, 15033, sure deal, 00 acres, West Union, Iowa. Again, our judges for the Supreme Selection, Dr. G.F. Kennedy of Minnesota, Kristen Marshall of South Dakota, and Billy Wade of Indiana. In our lineup of breed champions, the Border Cheviot is a yearling ewe, Kuykendall 884. Catherine Kuykendall, Richland Center, Wisconsin. The Border Leicester White is a early yearling ewe, Fogel 1005, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. The Border Leicester Natural Colored is a yearling ewe, AJ's Flock 151, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. The Columbia, a yearling ewe, Borcher 4015, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. The Corriedale, an early yearling ewe, Seals 189, Merlau and Craig Corriedales, St. Joseph, Illinois. The Cotswold White is a senior ewe lamb, Meyer 1516, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. The natural colored Cotswold is a senior ewe lamb, Bear Hill 442, Bear Hill Farms, Norco, California. The Dorper White Dorper champion is a White Dorper. It's a White Dorper yearling ewe, Riverwood 6136, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. The Horn Dorset is an early fall ewe lamb, Gallagher K187, Gallagher Farms, Mount Gilead, Ohio. The Poll Dorset is a fitted early yearling ewe, Bradford Jensen Partnership 0350, Sarah Moore, Jerseyville, Illinois. The Hampshire is a fitted early yearling ewe, L&L 1484, L&L Hampshires, Blair, Nebraska. The Katahdin is a yearling ewe, Schultz 3543, Prairie Lane Farm, Centralia, Missouri. The White Lincoln is an intermediate ewe lamb, Raider 437, Raider Lincolns, Danvers, Illinois. The natural colored Lincoln, a yearling ewe, Reed 1414, Black Pearl, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. The Monadale is a yearling ewe, Benjamin 1450, Jacob Benjamin, Wilmington, Illinois. The natural colored is a medium long course champion. It's an early junior ewe lamb, Wolf 1513, Heartbreaker, Wolf Brothers Livestock, Upper Sandusky, Ohio. The Oxford champion is a February ewe lamb, 00 Acres 15026, 00 Acres, West Union, Iowa. The Rambouillet is a yearling ewe, Bauk 3-83, Isaiah Bauk, New York Mills, Minnesota. The White Romney is a yearling ewe, Little Hooves 483, Little Hooves Romneys, Morristown, New Jersey. The Romney Natural Colored is a yearling ewe, Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The Shetland is an early spring ewe lamb, Christie Road, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. The Shropshire, an early yearling ewe, SS Shrops 14-1, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The Southdown is a late February ewe lamb, Northern Star Livestock Service 15124, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And the Suffolk is a fitted yearling ewe, Knutson Suffolk 145, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. And the Tunis is an early yearling ewe, Shambo 454, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. Let's give all of our exhibitors a nice round of applause for these champion ewes. The winner of our Supreme Champion ewe will also have the traveling trophy, the Guy W. Hilton Memorial Award, presented by Sheep Breeder and Sheepman Magazine. Mr. Hilton was born in Maine, and he devoted his entire life to the sheep industry. In his early career, he served as shepherd for a number of New England flocks, including Flying Horse Farms, Dorsets, and successfully exhibited sheep from coast to coast. He was also a breeder of border collies and helped initiate some of the very first sheepdog trials. He joined the Sheepman Magazine in 1938 as the associate editor, a position he held even after the publication merged in '55 with the Sheep Breeder magazine. And he held that until his death in 1974. He was also active as an auctioneer and conducted many of the top sheep sales in America. Past winners of that award: in 1997, it was a Suffolk late yearling ewe, Bruce and Ruse. 1688, Dangerous, from Bruce and Ruse, incorporated in Sandage Brothers, Linden, Indiana. In 98, it was a Columbia ewe from McDaniel Ranch, Melba, Idaho. In 99, it was a Monadale, Kuykendall 43, Kuykendall Monadales of Wisconsin. In 2000, it was a Monadale again, Terrell 160, Peter Buskey of Maine. In 2001, a natural colored fine division, Southwest Sheep Company 0016, Tor Sorensen of Arizona. In 2002, a Hampshire, Wilworth K6, Abby Nelsh of Ohio. In 2003, a Poll Dorset, Oklahoma State 930, Rhonda, Christina Rapaski, Prior Lake, Minnesota. In 04, it was a Hampshire, Gaston 203, Abby Nelsh of Cable, Ohio. In 2005, a natural colored fine division, Southwest Sheep Company 409, Tor Sorensen. In 2006, a Hampshire, Riviera 0540, Kuykendall's Hamps of Richland Center, Wisconsin. In 07, it was a Southdown, Pleasant Springs 5132, Dialed In, Pleasant Springs Southdowns of Wisconsin. In 08, it was a Monadale, Kuykendall 609, Hoppy, Kuykendall Monadales of Wisconsin. In 09, it was the Southdown, Pleasant Springs 5713, Champaign, Avery, Cade, Luke, and Brant Spildy. In 2010, an Oxford, Shazam, from Winning Ways Sheep Farm, Moweaqua, Illinois. In 11, it was a Poll Dorset, Ram and U 0584 Hideaway, Ram and U Farm, South Salone, Ohio. In 2012, a Shropshire, Clark 1109, Colby Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. In 13, it was a Border Leicester White Division, P. Hopkins 1213, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. And our winner last year was a Suffolk from Ruby Mountain Sheep Company, Spring Creek, Nevada, Jackie O. Each year at the North American, the Shepherd Awards are made. This has to do with the appearance of the animals, the appearance of the stall area, the behavior of the exhibitor, the friendliness, how they interact not only with other exhibitors, but how they interact with the public as well. We've had several past winners from 75 to the present. In the last 10 or so years, the winners have included Kent and Dan Speldy, Kenny Moore, Jeff and Tracy Rapaski, John and Judy Moore, Leslie Nelsh, Beverly Boersma, Jake Reister, Nancy Week, Eric Bruns, Liberty Acres, Big Time Tunis, Macaulay Sophics, Kyle and Christopher Macaulay. Barb Bishop was our winner last year, and if Barb is still here, we'd like her to come out and receive her permanent cup. Brett's going to give her that. She's brought the award back from last year, and we want to give that permanent cup to her as a memento of winning the Shepherd's Award. This year, we do 3 places, and in third place, we have Jacobson Ranch from La Grande, California. In second, S. Bar T Ranch of Goldthwaite, Texas. And our winner this year of the Shepherd Award is Sam and Pat Wyford of Wapakoneta, Ohio. If Barb Bishop is here, if she'd come up to get her permanent award, we'd appreciate it. If not, if somebody could take that and get it to her.
All right, so my other two judges chickened out. They wouldn't talk this class. Here again, you're not going to find a set of sheep anywhere in the world. Quality-wise, is what we have here, and it's always, for me, it's always more enjoyable to do the females in this type of show because there's so many good ones. And just we cut down to the 4 that we have out here. I think kind of exemplify, at least as far as for me, if we look at feet and legs, if we look at rib shape, and understand that the ewe lamb's not going to be as deep as the yearling standing around her, but just the maternal look we have in these females. You take that Chevy ewe, she is a mile long. She's the longest hind saddle that we have out here in these top 4. She's really up fronted. That sheep, when she walks, she's wide based. Just an exceptional female. And her Dorset ewe, she's close to lambing, so she is very maternal looking. She's deep sided. She's kind of got, which I like. She's got a soggy look to her, which I think is a good thing. It's a sheep that she looks like a brood ewe, and I really appreciate the amount of bone and how good she is on her feet. And then you have to look at this natural colored ewe. I mean, she catches your eye every time you look down that line. I mean, she just stands out. She's ultra feminine up through her front end, good on her feet, a sheep that's super long-sided, good fleece to go along with this ewe. And we look at a Rambouillet ewe. This is just a lot of sheep here. If we look at how big-footed she is and big-bodied she is, but still when we stand in front of her, you can tell that she's a female. She's not coarse when we look at her from the front end, and here again a nice fleece on, exceptional fleece on this ewe. And so we weigh those kind of back and forth and how they moved, but this year your Supreme Champion ewe will be your Rambouillet. Congratulations.
Supreme Champion ewe is the Rambouillet, entry number 20 in the book. Yearling ewe, Bach 3-83, Isaiah Bach of New York Mills, Minnesota. And she's on the move. We want to thank our 3 judges for evaluating these. It's never an easy task. We are writing releases up in the office trailer. Releases are being written up in the trailer if you need to get one yet. Mary, the case for that is right up here, the plaque. Okay.